Okay, hopefully the microphone is good still. Still should be set up like it was before. And hopefully you can hear me. Here, let me get the fucking music going. Hello. Okay, I just need to know if the music is too loud compared to my voice. And I can adjust accordingly. Seems a little loud, yeah. Okay. One sec. There. Let me link real quick and then I will start stuff. Fucking Procaster's in the way. Uh-oh. How long is it gonna take you to do whatever you need to do? Oh. Oh, shit. Well, I guess that works out then. Where's that picture? There it is. Okay. Wait. Okay. Alright, so, well, let me let people filter in. I'm gonna be looking up stuff real quick for references. Because references are gonna be the biggest thing in this lesson, pretty much. Yay, not being late. That's always good. Okay, I don't even know what one this is. Tutorial 4. Freaking Pony Booter's taking for fucking ever. Damn it. Okay, there's another one. Who else should I look for? Tests. Yes. Well, I'll teach you how to draw, but if you use that to draw porn, then that's on you. I don't think I'll ever really do a specific how to draw porn thing, because that's like you draw normal, except you just do it in an erotic fashion. Okay, but now I'm going to be pulling in pictures, because this stream is going to be over developing your own style, and that's kinda like counterintuitive, it might seem, for one person to tell you how to do your style, but I'm not telling you how to do it specifically. I'm giving you tips on how to do it by yourself. Now, first thing is to find artists that you like, and find styles that you like, I should say. So, I'm going to be pulling in a few reference images by different artists, and I'm going to be going off of those. That's fucking huge, dang. Okay. If it would fucking go, then I could. Okay. Pony Brewer is way too slow today. Well, it happens, like, for some reason, it does that in, like, Photoshop, too. If you, just right-click, copy, a transparent PNG, it will, paste as black. But if you save it and then open it, then it should open transparent correctly. Yeah, Pony Brewer's almost always slow. Like, sometimes it actually goes somewhat decently fast for me, but not today, apparently. Yeah, if you, like, yeah, I think someone is, that doesn't seem very much like Glitterglue. What was I gonna look for? And get the good old standard stock image of Pony. Where the fucking hell? Alright, that's a good one. Oh good, viruses were found on my computer. Fucking stupid shit. Put it up a little? Okay. Hang on. I gotta end the task of that. Yeah, let me put it up real quick. Where is that? Here we go. Is my mic not loud enough, or is the music too loud? Because, I can take the music down a little bit. And if that helps, then good. A lot of fucking, I hate this. Yeah, well, it's a headset, but like everyone else who uses a headset, it sounds great. I don't know what my deal is. I just can't do headsets, apparently. Hang on. Is that a little better? Less static? Hopefully less static. Same? Damn it. I might need to look into a better microphone or something, because this is ridiculous. The way how staticky it is. No, don't restore. Okay. There we go. Okay. Get that one. It's really small. Oh well. Basically, so we got Rose, we got Smitty, we got the show, and I'm gonna need to go for one more. Who else should I bring in and use? Like, let's pick one from you guys. Not sure if trolling, but I was gonna pick Kev, but I know you guys wouldn't like that. My own style? Well, maybe. It's just that I'm looking to do how to develop your own style, so using my own might be counterintuitive, but let's see. I was gonna pick Tess. Disco? Ooh, I don't think I can do disco ponies. So, let's see if Pony Viewer's not being slow today. Again. If you guys can find a good test picture, if there's one in the thread, then like me. So I don't have to spend all this fucking time searching for it. Well, then pick someone that isn't a hot topic in the threads. You're trying way too hard, Beep. Alright, I guess someone post a test picture or something and I'll grab it. Oh, Noel, yeah, that works. Hey, Arnold. More Femrover? That seems to be a big thing right now. It's Femrover. There we go. Jesus. Okay, I suppose I can get started. Yeah, you do hear music in the background. Because that's intentional. Okay. So, let's see. It's Rose. Smitty. Show accurate. There. This is good enough. Good enough for Rose. I mean, for fucking Noel. Damn it. Okay, so now after all that fucking time, I'm going to start this shit up. So for developing your own style, a lot of it is looking at other people and looking at what they do, how they do things, because Uh, it's kind of difficult to explain sometimes in the process that people go through in making their own style, but at least I'll go through what I do. Is what I did was I tried to mimic the show first, and I tried to copy how it looked on the show. So what I do is I take elements from the way that the show draws ponies, and I would apply those to my art. Because everybody's gonna have a certain way that they draw things. It's like how you write. Everybody has a certain style of handwriting, and so everybody's gonna have a certain style of drawing that they do, and no matter what you do, like you can get it close to looking like the show, but if you relax and go your own way, you are going to make it look your own. It might look close, but it is going to your own artistic tendencies are going to come through. So hang on, let me fill that in. Alright, alright, so, as far as the show goes, let's look at the show first. The first thing I start out with is I look at the key features, which, I would say are the way they draw the head, the way they draw the body, and the way they draw the legs. Those are the primary things. And so, looking at the head, you can see that from the show, they're very circular. The head is really, really, really round. And the body is kind of this little, like a kidney bean shape. And the legs, not only look at the don't only look at the shape of things, but look at the proportion of things as well. Because right now her legs are about half of her height. And that won't always be the case with how people draw. And also look at the style of legs, like the way they taper like that. And you can see this notch back here is really, really prominent in the show. But so let's draw a copy of the show style. And so looking at the main things, you can see that the head is about the same size as part of the torso right there. And the ears are fairly small compared to how other people draw them on the show. So, about like that-ish. And they're come to a point very, they're practically triangular looking, except for this little curve right here. So then we get that bean shape of the body right here. And the back legs, start with those. The way these work, you can see, here's the joints within the leg, right there, down to there. This one right here, this joint, is not shown very much in the show style, so we're gonna copy that in the very, very smooth curve down the front side of the back leg. And that notch is a little bit higher. And the way their legs taper is, they do taper, you can see them, but they don't taper as much as other people do them, like you see Smitty's. They taper from fairly thin to thicker around the hooves. And after I get the main body shape down, we'll go over the facial features that they people specialize in facial features as well. Okay, so that's fairly close, I guess, to the show's proportions. Now, looking at the face, the key features you want to note on the face are the snout, the mouth, and the eyes. A real horse picture? One sec. Yeah, for the legs, well, yeah. One sec. There we go. Always a good reference are, anatomical pictures like this, seeing bone structure and seeing muscles and everything like that. That's always a good thing to have. And yeah, you really technically should be learning from actual horses and how they look, but I think that that ponies in the show, the way they look in the show, are so stylized that it's not a requirement to know, you know, the perfect anatomy of real horses. And there's so many people, so many artists that do such a great job in, I guess, applying a little more realism to the cartoon than the cartoon has itself, that you're not gonna run out of very good reference images. Although if you were going for something like Noelle does, Noelle has very, she's more towards the realistic end of things, in the way, especially the way she draws. You can see it in the snout, and you can see it in the legs, and oh, hang on. Probably get better off going to FimChan. Where is he? Nope. There he is. There we go. Another person who does more towards anatomically correct ponies is SB. He tends to emphasize the musculature and bones of the horses than a lot of other people do, because he has those horse anatomy books. Here it is. Okay. There he is. And you can can definitely see here. Just the way that the face is structured. Yes, if you want a model of how to get better at art, just talk to SB, for serious. He's so dedicated, it's amazing. but you can see that, like right here, the way that the jawline is structured, and yeah, he really should. He really should. And you can see in the way, like the shoulders right here, like the muscles. He's got all the muscles going on here. That it's very much more towards anatomically correct. And yeah, that's pencil in a sketchbook. I got that from his FimChan thread. Hang on one sec. $20 says he's really fucking dedicated, and yeah. There it is. There's nothing wrong with showing... Oh wait, no, that's not it. This is it. Sorry. There we go. Okay. So. Okay. Back on track is facial features. Eyes, snout, and the mouth. The way they do snouts is very pointy. You get... seriously, it's... Sometimes when I see the show faces, like the way they do faces in the show, it almost looks off to me compared to all the other art I've seen, where people do the snouts a little more rounded and a little more realistic. That sometimes the show accurate ones throw me off. And one thing you're always going to want to look for is proportions, like I said. Can't emphasize enough, look at people's proportions when you're referencing them. Because in the show we have here, the head is about, say, head is about that tall. The eye goes from here to about, guesstimating here, which is fucking really huge. Half, if I were to guess, I'd say half, a little more than half. Yeah, in size. So, show accurate eyes are very extremely massively large. Let's have her head turned a little bit towards us. Like they do right here. That's not a total profile shot, because if you follow the line between the center of her eyes and the snout, you can see that her head is kind of turned about as much as I have right here. Okay. And let me just finish this off real quick. Well, that is Hasbro's. Well, they use a couple different models, I've noticed. I think this is Faust's concept art. Something like that. I know it's not too terribly off from the show, so it should be alright. Screen caps from the show are going to be better anyways, because they're going to have more, you know, action and stuff that you like. Oh, Hasbro's comics. Those are... No, this is not from Hasbro's comics. The eye comes down way the hell down here, actually. Okay. And as for the mouth, oh god, and even how people draw eyes, like the eyes themselves, like the ratio of, you know, pupil and iris compared to the rest of the eye. Because you can see SB does a little more smaller eyes, more realistic looking eyes than the huge eyes that they have in the show. But for now, we're just gonna go with show accurate-ish eyes. And the mouth is just a simple little curve up like that. Nothing more, just a little curve. Snout's a little short, I do believe. And you get the little nostril notch in there. Okay, I'd say that's good enough for my liking, reference purposes. No, I'm all self-taught. I took art classes in high school. I took a few art classes in college, but I'm all self-taught. Out of books, out of following other people, everything like that. So, you don't have to go to school to learn this stuff. Nope. I'm going to school for game development, my degree in game development, and art is required, but I didn't have the chance to take that much. Like, I took intro to drawing and shit because that's what I needed to take as a prerequisite, but, you know, that's about it. I've been wanting to take life drawing, but it's always full all the time because everybody apparently loves life drawing so much that they take it over and over and over. But yeah, like, so really, you seriously, you don't need to go to school for this. You just need dedication, and you need good reference material and good learning material, which you can find anywhere online and in books and all that good stuff. And that ear is way too huge, way too huge. There we go. Okay. Okay. So not exactly correct, because this is always gonna have your own spin on things. And I guess I can cover the way they draw mains separately. Okay. Hang on. Now we are going to let's work on Smitty's. How Smitty draws stuff. Okay. Now, actually, let me see if I can somewhat kind of sort of get rid of that. It's too clear. There. I kind of lost the outlines, but that's okay. Yeah. Okie dokie. Now, first thing to look at in comparison to the show are the overall proportions. As you can see, Smitty's ponies are a lot longer, a lot taller, and a lot less cartoony in the proportions. Cartoony proportions are really big heads, you know, big round heads on relatively smaller bodies. But you can see she's about 1, if I had to guess, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4.5, 5 heads tall, compared to 1, 2, 3. No, this isn't Slugbox, this is Smitty. Smitty G. Okay. So, now, first thing you look at is the proportions. He draws the necks a lot longer, he draws the bodies a lot longer this way than hers, and the legs are very, very, very much longer. So, let's look at the shape of how he draws his heads. And he draws them circular for the most part, except you can see right here, this is his style, and this is what he did from, I'm sure he looked at the show and he looked at other artists and everything and went along this process, and he gave them sort of a bit of a little cheekbone right there, you can see. And you'll see that on other artists too, you'll see that on mine sometimes. And that's just a personal preference. And as far as eye to head size ratio goes, you can see that the eyes he draws are much smaller in comparison to the total size of the head than, let's say, here's Twilight over there and her eye is like that fucking huge. You know, that to that. It's significantly smaller. So I guess you could say his are stretched out. And so now we're gonna take his and like you've still got that bean shape of the body, like a peanut bean shape-ish, but over here it's a lot stubbier. You see it about like that in comparison to his. His is stretched out in the middle. So now we're gonna try and go over his style. And we have, so you have the head, and the neck is a lot longer. The body is a little bit more elongated, and the chest and hips are smaller in comparison to the head hip chest ratio. You see here the head is still big, but the chest and the hips are a little bit smaller. So we got like I said before, the things you want to look at: head, torso, and the legs. So we got the head, and torso is elongated. Kind of a thinner neck. And you can see right here, you notice a difference. This curve that he has right here is implies much skinnier than the regular ponies. Kind of have that curve right there. It makes them look a little bit chubbier. So he's stylizing that and making her look more skinny. As for the legs, as for how he draws the legs, just looking at the front legs, you can see that they're much longer. Goes along with his elongation of things. I'd say they're about, instead of half the height, they're about maybe, like, let's say this is 1. I'd say that the legs are probably about 1.5 if I had to guess. So like, let's say that's 1, and then you get 1.5, a little more than 1, just a little longer than normal. Okay, front legs relatively similar in the way that they taper. You have, you know, thinner up at the top, thicker down at the bottom. Except he does it a little thicker on the bottom. And you can't really see it because of my sketching right here. But he likes to put the little notches right here, the shoulder bone. He likes to emphasize that, I've noticed as well. Okay, now for the back legs, the way he does the back legs. Like I said, that notch in the back, the way they do it in the show is just a little nick. Like it barely looks like they have the hang on, let me turn this on. In the show, it goes like nick like that, and then you have that more like that. So the little nick in the show is actually right here between this joint and this joint. It's very, very minimal in the show, but you can see over here that Smitty emphasizes it a little more by having that actual notch in the back. You can actually see the that would technically be the heel. Yeah. This right here is the heel. That's the knee. So he emphasizes the heel a lot more, and it makes it a little more round. And also another thing, it's a little misproportion. You can see that her thigh compared to the rest of her leg, but it works. Just the way it looks on his, it works. Whereas in the show, it's more half and half. So he likes to have the really elongated limbs. So about like that for the thigh. And he has that there. Okay. I made her butt a little bit high. Whoops. Actually, let's take that down a bit. Transform away. Fantastic. I'm cheating, but don't worry about it. Yeah, his regular ponies look very close to the elongated alicorn model. That's not bad, bunny. And I'm using a stylus, a tablet and a stylus, that's why mine moves smoother. Okay, now, after we got the main body done, blah blah, we can look at the head. And the way he does the head. Just taking a look at this, you can see, like, let's say this is the top of her. Let me get a better color. Say this is the top of her head, we're gonna look at it like this. Let's do the halfway mark here. I'd say the bottom quarter is her snout downwards. So her snout starts in the bottom quarter of her head there. Whereas the way Smitty starts it, you have top of the head, snout starts halfway. And again, that is his stylization of the show. That's his take on things. And so we have, let's get that notch in the cheek that he does, which again is about halfway. You can see down there it starts. So okay, and the eyes again start along this halfway line. That's very noticeable, and they don't go all the way to the top of the head quite, but they go close. So let's say snout starts about there, and if you cover up things like I just covered up the notch in the cheek, that's totally fine. And he does the eye shape that he does. The show uses, for the most part, uses 2 or 3 eye shapes. You've got the circle one that Pinkie Pie and Applejack have. Then you have the almond shape that Twilight and Rarity have. And then you have, well, you have the eyelashes. And then you have Fluttershy, which is, I think they gave her her own eyes in the way that the eyelashes work. But for the most part, her eyes are round. Alright, later. Thanks for watching. But the way Smitty does his eyes, they're not perfectly round. You can see they got kind of a little, they're like squashed a bit towards the back, which that's closer to a real eye. If you look the way real eyes are, they have that right here, opposite of the, like, let's say this is where the nose is, that's where the tear duct is. The opposite, that little pinch, that's where the bottom and the top of the eye meet. And you can see that right here in how Smitty draws his. So we're gonna give her that a little bit. And the way he does his eyes are mostly due to coloring. He doesn't have the definitive pupil. He has just a darker color of the regular. Which, actually, her nose is too big. Okay. And a common thing you'll notice among most artists is when they're unless you're looking straight on, the bridge of the nose will, for the most part, intersect and lead, or it'll lead into the shape of the eye over here. And so we have that leading up into here. Make her smiling big though, like he has it. And the way that smiles are done and the mouths are done in the show, let me get a picture. If Livestream Procaster would let me look outside the fucking windows, it covers up way too much stuff. Okay. Check my pinky folder. There we go. Okay. Now, the way that the mouths are done in the shell, you'll notice that the snout goes down a little bit before they bring it up into the actual corner of the mouth for a smile. And so you can see that in his work here. You got that little bit that rises up. But overall, their mouths are a lot smaller, seeing as they, again, are the bottom quarter of the face there. And what we're working with is the bottom half of the face. No, it didn't. There we go. Lastly, well, second to last, we have the ears. He does... Hang on, let me get a picture of an actual horse. Ears. So many reference images, and you're going to be using a lot. That is a fucking huge picture. Jesus Christ. Damn it. There. His ears are a little more close to actual horse ears, as you can see. So what we're going to do is we're going to reference off of his ears and the horse ears. And, but he still draws them very, very large in comparison to the size of the head, whereas a normal horse ears would be very small in the size of the head. So you got that back curve there. Wow. Back curve there. And then that little dip up at the top. Whoops. There we go. Okay. A little long Yeah. I know sometimes I try to, when streams are going, I try to, like, to get a better look at the image, I try and, like, hold space and pan, and I end up pausing the thing. Like, it's because I spend way too much time in this program. But, there we go. Alright. So, and I'm not drawing mains right now because, for the most part, I've seen people tend to copy the mains from the show a lot more accurately than they do the rest of the pony. Because, at least for me, the mains are one of the harder things to draw, because sometimes they're so freaking complicated, like Pinky or Rarity. Alright, next style. Let's go with Rose. Okay. So, really? Well, that's just me anyways. Always the eyes? So that's the show. Smitty G. Alright, now, oh. Okay. Now with the way Rose does ponies, you can notice a lot more differences between the shape of the head and the snout, as well as the ears. But just by a glance, they look fairly similar in proportions. Because you have her head is about this big right here. Chest, hips, and then in the show you have head, chest, hips. Her heads are, her heads are a little bit bigger than the chest and hips, so that will give the bodies a little bit of a smaller, thinner look. But she still has that, as far as this direction goes, she still has that scrunch going on that Smitty had the elongation, you know. The torso was a little more elongated. So, like I said twice before, and I'll say again, the main features at the get-go that you want to look at: head, torso, legs. This is probably not a good picture for legs. Let me get another one real quick. Going through pictures. Fucking hate looking through Pony Boomer. Yes, this is Caravan Palace. This is the new album. Panic, I think it's called, but it's fucking great. Recommend it to anybody and everybody, all the time, every time. I think Clash is on this one. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I think they released Clash before they released the whole album. Meh. I'm done dealing with Pony Guru. Okay. Some things that I notice just from looking. You can see that the joints that she draws. Does she have a thread on FimChan? I don't know. Slow Mover is very slow. Extremely slow. I haven't been to FimChan really in a long time, so I don't know where, you know, who all's still posting and all that stuff. So just from looking, you can see that right here, the way that she does the leg anatomy, it's a little more extended than hang on. No, I didn't. But, like in the show, you got hip, knee, heel. The way Rose does hers are usually a lot more extended between the knee and the heel right here. Because in the show it would be very, very scrunched up. So you get an even more prominent heel in the horse leg. And another thing to note is this right here. You can see it start from here and here. The taper goes out again, which is, on the actual horse, this would be the hoof right there. So it's very subtle, but that little notch down here is what changes this from like a kind of a noodle arm into the actual hoof and foreleg of the horse. And let's see if SB's one has it or not. No, not really that prominent there. But alright. Okay, so let's start off with the general proportions, which are fairly large head, but with a smaller chest and hip. And again, I'm going to be doing the generic side pose, because that's what I've done before. Not quite that small. Okay. And you can see she's got that curve right here, straight from the neck, down the chest, down to the stomach. Just one straight swoop. It's much more cartoony, more stylized than the actual what we have here. Smitty does with the actual chest. You can see it goes from chest to stomach. And hers goes straight from chest all the way down. It's just a one straight line. Just from here, it looks like the legs are again close to the scale we have here being 1 and 1, or very, very close to 1 and 1, instead of the elongated legs where we have 1 and then 1.5. Rose is more close to the 1 to 1. Okay, and the back legs, yeah, like I said, she's got that more prominent heel of the horse. And also, the overall leg, we have top to bottom. The thigh right here is again more close to half of the leg than it is to a third of the leg like we have on Smitty's down there. So and the more you emphasize the heel, the more you have to emphasize the knee, the actual knee. So from hip to knee, you're going to see in hers a very significant representation of the knee, and you're going to see that down here. A little too much on the thigh and the knee. There. Close enough. Okay. Dang, that's way too small. Whoopsie. Easy fix. Okay. So, main proportions out of the way. Now we work on face proportions again. You can see that what Rose has is similar to Smitty's, in that you have the corner of the eye there, rather than just the blob of eyeball. She does have the main eyeball shape that they use, except she does the kind of a pinch to the corner of the eye. And as far as proportions go, there's there's full head. No, a little too high. There. Okay. Here's the halfway mark. And she uses the bottom quarter, close to the bottom quarter, for the mouth and the snout. And her eyes aren't quite as large. So, also, in the way that the snout looks, she's got more of the stubby nose kind of a thing going on here, where it's just a little bump, rather than the kind of a point that the show ponies have. She's got the little bump down there, and again it curves up into the corner of the smile there. So, oof, these headset hurts my ears sometimes. Okay, oh, another thing to note is the, here you have the head right here. You got that little cheek thing going on again. Whereas in the show, there's absolutely none. But she has that little cheek bump there. And so now, we're gonna go, here's halfway, bottom quarter, get that little snub of a nose. A little bit of a cheek going out there. And the eyes start at the halfway point. But they have that pinch in the corner. And the ears, can't quite see it so good here, but she goes up in the big triangle that the show uses, with the rounded edge on the outside like that. It's like a triangle with a one bowed edge. Hers are much thicker, you can see, specifically by the inner line, or the line to mark the inside of the ear, right here. The distance between this to the edge of the ear is very thin compared to what she has over here. You have that much space to the edge of the ear. So you can tell that her ears are a lot thicker. So you get that bowed edge going out a lot more. There we go. Almost there. Got it. Okay. Alright. So, oh wait, I was gonna go over Noelle's. That's a tough one. Seeing as she draws very much more realistic than some of the other people do. Let me pull her up. Wait. Go to her gallery, you dingus. Jeez. Fuck, I don't have a good reference picture of hers. That isn't the one right here, lying down. This one, I mean. Fuck everything. I hate live streams, new way they do things, how everything's all fucking over the top of everything else all the time. Ugh. Okay. Now, let's see. Let's try and analyze Noel's style. This is going to be a tough one. I'm probably better off using the actual anatomy picture of the horse than I would be using the cartoon. Okay. Alright, so compared to the show. Whoops. There's my layer. Okay. This one's tough. Alright. Anybody have a better picture of hers offhand? I don't think I have any of her stuff saved, really, compared to other people. Post it in the general or something. That would be preferable. Oh, fuck, I forgot you opened that. I mean, ran that. And Will, if you have a picture you want to show me that you think would be like I'd preferably, you know, full body, easy to see, and not too complicated of a pose like that. That's a little scrunched up to be able to tell. Alright, Noel. Let's see. Aha, this one's fantastic. Okay. Okay, so in comparison to the show, let's start off with first things I said to look for: head, body, legs. Oh wow, that's a big color difference compared to my monitor, my main monitor. head size compared to torso size, hip size. The head is not so massively large in comparison, and it's also, if you look, it's not round. Like in the show, it's a big circle, but the circle here does not really apply. You missed a good portion of it, but not all of it. Sorry, man. Okay, so you see the head isn't very round. It's actually more of an ellipse, which, if you look at an actual horse, again, you can see, oop, select the fucking layer, you can see a head of a horse, very much not a circle. It's not even an ellipse, it's more of a triangular wedge, trapezoidal. And this part of the analyzing stuff, this is it's a big portion of it. Most of this, most of the developing your own style thing is a lot of it boils down to practice and personal, your personal practice and your personal preferences as well. Like I said, this is just, do not hold this as the way to make your style. Like, I'm sure there's 1.5 million ways, but this is the way that I usually do mine. Like, the way I develop my own take on things is I observe all the source material that I can, and I try and mimic it as best as I can, so that I get a grasp of what everyone's doing, and so I can figure out what I like to do. And from there, you build your own Frankenstein monster of a style. So, right off the bat, like I said, you see very elliptical head, more squished, more towards the actual shape of a horse's head, in that it's elongated rather than perfectly round and cartoony, like here, or here, or here. And the way that the snout goes, it's very angular compared to the little swoosh that you have there. It's more angular, and it's more indicative of the actual horse snout. Then I'll pull that up real quick. Oh, good lord, that's freaky. I won't even show you guys. Photoshopped man with a horse face. You can look it up if you want. It's ridiculous. Alright. So, there's actual horse snout. Show, actual, and then there's Noel's. You can see that this angle right there, she has that angle right here, right there. You got a bad feel? Okay. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm gonna analyze the way she does her. The horse torso is much. You still got that basic bean shape thing right here, but it's a lot. Best way I can say is that it's just more realistic, very much more realistic than any of the other styles that I've really seen or mimicked. And it's hard to pinpoint exactly where. I mean, aside from the face and the snout, that's very obvious that it's referencing a real horse. But you can tell in the way that she shapes the legs right here. You got that. And there's the notch there. And there's the thing I was talking about before. You can see that that's the hoof. That little edge right there. Leading to the flat bottom. You can see this is going to be very, very small. You can see this right here. These two lines. The way this one comes in and the way this one comes out, that little notch there is the actual knee bone and musculature of the horse. You can see here's the knee, and then here is the muscle of the thigh, and there's the knee showing. And like right here, this line right here, that's the actual shoulder bone right here. And here's the shoulder muscle bone. So she's, yeah, very much more realistic. See if I can mimic hers. See how well that goes over. So it'll be interesting, seeing as I've never really actually honestly drawn a real horse. So okay. Let's turn this guy off. There it is. Okay. Oh. This one right here is Rose. Also, bad me. Save. All the time save. Everybody, you have to save. Otherwise you lose everything. Like I have several times, and I still never learn. So the head, again, is more elliptical than it is actually round like in the shell. And okay, here we can see this is a good reference. We have top of the head down to the leg right there. The leg starts here. This side probably say is 2/5 to 3/5 in the length between her head and neck to the shoulder down to the hoof. So we're gonna try that. We have the down there. That's a little more than halfway down here. Looks good to me. Maybe. She still has that cartoony wedge of the tapering of the hoof. That's pretty much what everybody has, is this tapering. You go from thin down to wide like that. Even if people do put in the hooves, they don't really go with the realistic of that, which is actually wider up here down to thinner down here, because your shoulder muscles are going to be very, very large to support the horse, and you know, it's quite the opposite as far as ponies go, with a thinner up here than it is to okay. Alright, let's see what's... We'll take a look at that in a sec. A little bit thin up here. Could stand to be thicker. Okay. Alrighty, thanks for stopping in. And this is, I am gonna put this on YouTube later. So if you want to catch the rest of it, it's at the moment it is an hour and 33 minutes in, so when you get to watch it later. No, I'm not getting dinner. Circuit board is getting dinner. I'm saying goodbye to circuit board. Bye bye. Oh. Well, never mind then. Alrighty, I'll still be doing this. Since apparently I'm slow as hell. Actually, should be a little bit lower. And sorry for taking so long on this one, because this is territory that I honestly I didn't feel comfortable going into because I haven't drawn real horses, but we'll see. We shall see how things turn out. Whoa. Copy links. Okay. References. I need that real horse picture again. Whoa! I did not know I was drawing directly on top of that. Okay. Like I said, I'm probably going to need to base this more off of actual horse anatomy than I would off of cartoony. She still manages to make it look very, very cartoony, which I'm extremely impressed with. Envious of. It's like she's got all the right curves of the body as far as cartoony looks go, yet she puts in this emphasis of actual anatomy within the cartoony form that it's just great. I love it. I don't think I'm gonna be getting much better than that. As for the actual way that the face looks, I think I might want to shrink it up on the legs, actually. Whoa, buddy. Nope. No. Fuck, I want to grab that there. Thank you. It's too far. It's way too far. Okay. Honestly, the way that she draws the horse heads is that it looks a lot closer to the alicorn model of the show, in that it's got that cheek kind of right there. But then again, she's got the closer to real. Fuck. She does the more realistic views as well. Not quite on the neck properly. Doink. The glories of digital programs. Actually, her snouts are a little smaller. Hang on. I need new musics. Her snouts are much more smaller. Man, this is a tough one. I tell you what. Because she does have that cartoony look in the eyes as well. I may have been defeated. Oh my goodness. There we go. She doesn't actually do the eyelashes that much. Blammo. There. Finally. Jesus. Well, I messed up the back legs. Fuck. Alright. And if we were doing hair, mimicking drawing hair, I would not be able to draw Noelle's hair. She does it just amazingly. I love it. Okay. Jeebus. Alright. Let's see. Let me get these pictures. Okay. Yeah, the other leg's a little more realistic, but looking at other pictures of hers, she kind of switches. She doesn't stick to one thing, which is another thing I like. Like, she has this set that she works within. And sometimes the legs are more realistic, sometimes they're not. Okay. Let's pull in another image and try it again. Next round. I'm running out of space on this paper. Alright, now. Okay, you can see that, Will does the round head. And he doesn't do, you can just see right off the bat. Again, head, body, legs. That's the 3 things you want to look at. And looking at the head, you got the round head right here. Very much like the show's round head. And you can see right off the bat that right here, there is no cheek. No protruding cheek like Rose does. Or like Smitty. You can't see it that well here. Let me fix this. Well, there. Yeah. So, and the snout, it has the sharper edge here. You can see that it has a sharper edge as well there. As far as all the ones I've done so far, Will's is definitely the closest to the show style. You can see his differences in, right here, the chest that he drew is a little bit smaller compared to this. And, the length between chest to hips, right there, is, oh, that's a funny face, is, much more, not much more, but, slightly more elongated than what it is in the show. The show, they're practically next to each other. And also another thing of note is in the legs, you have the knee right there. He makes the knee visible, whereas the show doesn't so much. The show basically, like, check, an actual horse would have like this. They like amputated their knees for the show. Pretty much. They shaved off their knees in the model of the ponies for the show. And as far as the bone structure goes, this area right here, between here and here, between knee and heel, it's a lot, well, since they shaved off her knee over here, the, Will's is a lot, there's a lot more distance between the two rather than here to here. It's practically touching again, scrunched up. So, here, let me pull in another reference. Now, if we were going over here Ask Surprise stuff, that would be totally different story, because that's not nearly as close to the show as this drawing is. Much more stylized, cartoonized. Let me see. Looking for a good one to use. Um, Overall, I don't think it's so much that you draw her less like the show, is that you take more liberties in doing the cartoony expressions, which I guess, looking back on it in my mind, I pictured it as her being drawn very differently, but it's more, you do more of the exaggerated cartoony expressions a lot of the time. And that is very much, or the show doesn't do that, at all. I mean, like, they do, their eyes get a little bigger, and maybe they open their mouths pretty wide, but they never do, like, very exaggerated expressions. So, actually, hang on, let's, right here. Now let's just try and go and do his style. Actually, save for the legs a little bit, and the way the torso is, it's going to look very close to the actual style of the show. So let's start off with the head, and like I said, the distance between these two, the torso, the chest and the hips, it's going to be a little wider than the actual show down here. So a little wider and a little smaller as far as that goes there. Okay, and also, there we go. That's about where that starts. Again, ratios. This is 1:1 from her neck up to the top of her head, and from her shoulder down to her hoof is 1:1, which is what the show does here. 1:1, as opposed to the elongated legs that the other people use. So it's going to be close to the show, except that you have that right there in the leg. And now the snout is very angular. Oh wait, let's look. Well, this is not a good angle to compare because her head is actually, oops, her head is actually tilted up this way, kind of like she's turning up her nose a little bit. So it may look like her snout and jaw and stuff take up more space on her head, but actually it'd still probably be around the same amount. There. It's the top of her head. There's about the bottom quarter right there again. We have full, half, and there's the bottom quarter that it takes up. So it looks like it takes up more space, but it doesn't actually. It's just the angle. So there's half, bottom quarter. And another thing I noticed, no, that's just the way that the, because her eyes are actually half lidded right now. It should go up to about there for her eyes, but her eyes are halfway closed. So I mistook that for this inside edge of the eye right here being more angular. I mean, more linear than it is curved. So, and as far as eye size goes, actually that is a little bit smaller than the show does. And like right here in the show, here's the bridge of the nose. The eyes start below the bridge of the nose, which is right here's the bridge of the nose. He starts them about at the bridge of the nose. So that's where the rest of the eyes are going. So here's the show's. Starts down here. His would start actually right here. So shows would be going down there. But overall, it is very similar. Another thing, always use your flip. This is bleeding over from other lessons, that you use your flip to make sure you have symmetry. And the ears are not as pointy. They're not as pointy as in the show. So they got a little bit more to them than the show has, but not a whole lot. Okay. So, holy carp. That was a lot of drawing of different styles. I haven't done that in a long time. But it was inevitable for this. Now, the entire purpose for doing all of this is so that you gain insight into how other people do things. Because it's a good reference point as to where you could start from. Could, not should. Never should. As for how you draw things, I'm a firm believer in doing what you like most, and not letting other people tell you how to draw it. So if you ever have somebody tell you, oh, that's not show accurate, well, who gives a fuck if it's show accurate or not? This is you drawing it. You're not working for Studio B, you're not commissioned by Hasbro to put out a show. You're doing art in your own way, and that's what I want you to be able to do, is to do it in your own way. And now, looking at all this, looking at all of this, after I get rid of this, all these, you see lots of similarities, but you also see lots of slight variations. Most of the time the variation is in proportions. And you can see Rose, Will, in the show styles are very stubby compared to, like, I have Noel's and Smitty's style right there. You could have variances in shape, which are like the shape of the ears up here are bigger, and she's got the little chubby cheek thing going on there. or you can have the more realistic looking, the more princess looking face model, like what Noelle uses. You could have different shape of the eyes, like this, where it gets pinched at the corners, and again pinched at the corners a little bit. So there's a lot of things you can play with. So what you could do, and this is what I did, is what I went through and I found artists that I like, and I mimicked them, and I took what I liked, what they did, like things that they did that I liked. I took that for my own. Welcome back. And I took that for my own, and I applied it to how I already drew things, because coming into this, you're going to have your own style, you're going to have your own way of drawing things. And my style has changed a lot over time. Like, here, let me pull up some shit. We've got, here is the first thing I ever drew, and this was for Co, back when generals were back on Co. First thing I ever drew. And you can see I was already mimicking doing the protruding knee there. But for the most part, with this way the snout was done, oh yeah, with the way the snout was done, with the way the ears were done, yeah, I'm sad too. But then a little further on, I did like, here's one. I messed with a different snout style. I messed with a different way to draw ears. And later than that even, let's see, drew a lot of shit. A lot of shit. Oy. So much. But most recently, this is the thing I did last time. You can see I still have the protruding knees there, because I like that compared to the show. But I went with the more round snouts and the more rounded face and a little thicker ears than before. So it's hard to put into words of how to go about these things, other than practice and reference and practice and reference, and build your own way of doing things, build your own style of doing things. Cause like, right, let me see if I can, let me sketch up something. Who should I sketch up real quick? And we will analyze my style then. If left to my own devices, I'll probably end up drawing Twilight or Scratch. But if you guys want to see anybody else, I will draw them real quick. Twilight? Alright. Doing weight. This is important. that are in Cloud Chest. So those are the two twins, right? Two twins. Okay. Twilight lying on her side. Alright, let's try that. Crossing her front hooves, because that's cute. No! I don't want that color. I want this color. Let's have her reading a book thing. So that's what she does. Alright. Also, I found a lot of the time that my style is pretty amorphous. I don't stick to one specific way to draw things. I have a couple. Sometimes it ends up looking like Rose. Sometimes it ends up looking like Tess. But for the most part, I stick to somewhat similar proportions. Alright. More purple. Actually, what the hell am I doing? I can just... Where is she? Just grab the fucking color from here. Derp. There we go. Actually, no. Yeah. Now her hair has always been interesting. can't forget the notch. I'll finish this quick, I promise. Oh boy, what the hell is she looking at? Damn. Come back to that. Okay. Okay. Almost. Almost done. Okay, she's looking. The hell is she looking? This. Okay. Bluey. Okay, so analyzing my own style. Ooh. Other than all the mistakes I made. Let me use this color. There we go. Alright, so like I said, always will say, head, body, legs. Looking at the head, the shape of the head is close to the round shape, but I have this little cheek over here that I like to draw like that to give their faces a little bit of a, instead of a circle, like a little bit of a squish, like that. I draw the nose sometimes I switch between this right here. I switch between a point and I switch between it being rounded. But I almost always come up with a little bit of a corner to the mouth there. And overall, shape of the head. The snout on mine takes up, there's halfway. Snout starts about right here. Snout takes up about close to a third of the whole head instead of a quarter. Instead of the bottom quarter, I usually do bottom third-ish. The ears I draw are a lot thicker than the initial ears. Initial ears would be like that. Like that. I like to draw them thicker because I think it's cute that way. I tend to draw the horns really pointy. Like the way that they do horns in the show is instead of a triangle, they do kind of like they have the 3 points and then they kind of bow out a little bit like that, rather than drawing a cone. And the horns I draw tend to be pretty pointy. The eyes start about here. They start at the bottom, the bridge of the nose, instead of starting below the bridge of the nose here. But I do like to do this eye style though when I draw. When I color, I tend to use this style of eye rather than going my own way about it. As far as head to body ratio goes, chest, hips, I don't draw them as scrunched up as regular ponies. So then the neck is a little bit more elongated. The torso is a little more elongated than normal. Between here and here. Overall length of the leg is about, it's similar. I think the way I draw their legs, it's the legs are slightly longer than this up here from her shoulders to the top of her head, slightly longer than that. But they are fairly short, a lot shorter than a lot shorter than here, Smitty's or Noelle's. They're a lot shorter than that. I don't know, is there anything you guys notice that I didn't pick up? Differences in the show or references from other people that you can notice? That'd be cool. After analyzing everybody else's style, is there anything out of mine that you notice from other people and from the show as well, instead of having me point out everything? Because if you can recognize those things, then that's great. And that's the type of things you should be looking for. Also, how's my quality for voices? It's still shitty. Yeah. Oh, welcome back. And Ness, I was asking if you guys noticed references to other people or references to the show in my style right here. Because that's the type of thing you should be looking for. Oh, Jesus. Excuse me. Apparently oranges make me sneeze. Sorry, I'm on an orange break right now, eating an orange. Hmm. Oh, no, I know you're going to the bathroom. I know. Um. Hmm. I don't know if there's much anything else I can cover. A lot of this, most of this, 99% of this is up to you and what you want to do. But hopefully you can use the things I specified for better pinpointing the things you like that other people do. Because a lot of the time, people can people see things as a whole when what you really want to do is look at it in parts. Yeah, you are the 99. You are the 99%. God damn, those oranges are way too small. Gone already. Oh. No, it's a that we are the 99%. That quote is this Occupy Wall Street thing that was going on for a while. You know, that was the slogan, was we are the 99%. So, but you guys really are 99% of the word. So 99% of this is you and what you want to do and your drive and your motivation and all of that good stuff. So things I'd recommend is finding people that inspire you. So you find artists that inspire you. They don't necessarily have to be pony artists. Look at cartoonists that you like and see what they do and how they do things and how they like if you really want to get into movement of character to make things look more like they're moving or like they have more action, cartoons are very very very, you know, the best way to find that and find out how they do that, because that's all cartoons are made of, is movement. Because that's, you know, it's a fucking cartoon, it moves, you know. So just find what you like. Yeah, animation, cartoons, animation, that sort of thing. Well, I guess cartoons are technically like drawings of, you know, comic strips and that thing too, but even then, static cartoons a lot of the time have motion to them, a feel of motion to them. So, actually, I was actually considering, giving a homework assignment for this art class. If you guys are up for it, I think that'd be neat. Because I really would like to see where you guys take this and how you guys do this. Like, if you want homework, I can give you homework. Learning the show's style before you draw your own style. Whatever. If you think that's a good way for you to, like, a lot of the time I see people, they just have trouble drawing ponies in general. Like, a lot of people I talk to who are starting off, they're like, I just don't know how to draw. Like, well, referencing from the show would be good because that's the absolute source material for what you want to draw. You know, so that would be a good place to start, but that doesn't have to be the place that you start. Like, if you feel comfortable jumping in and doing things your own way right away, then go right ahead. That'd be great. But also, if people say that you need to know horse anatomy, you need to know some of it, but not all of it. You don't need to be, expert horse anatomy to do this sort of stuff. Like, things I'd recommend for knowing anatomy, basically, the very, very, very basics that you need to know are how the legs bend. That's the key, is how the legs bend. Let me get a picture of the actual bending legs. That, to me, there it is. There we go. Fancy. That's small. Yeah. Okay, here. Turn these off. Okay, like, you got shoulder up here, shoulder back to elbow. Actually, let's do it. It's kind of hard to see. Imagine I'm drawing the one from behind. Elbow down to, like, I guess that would be the wrist technically. So you have that. That's the way the front leg bends, and the way the back leg bends. Hip to here, to here, to here, and back down that way. Now, if you're drawing marshmallow horses, it's going danged hawk. Yeah, it is. I will tell you right now, I have the most trouble, still have trouble with drawing the back legs. The back legs of horses are hard to draw. There's no way around it for me. It's just hard to draw. But, like, let's overlay. Actually, I'm just gonna dim that a little bit. Okay. So that's right here. These are the bones of the actual horse, and how they bend. And what I'm gonna do is just go over with pony anatomy. And here you have the shoulder of the pony, and it's very much tube-like, and that flat right here is where the hoof would be. And here's the hind leg. There's the thigh. Now this is gonna be, I'm gonna scrunch this a little bit, but this would technically be up here. Yeah. You can see there's a lot of excess right here, all this area right here. that's just, you know, their cartoony exaggeration of things. And, you know, right here, what the hell is this? That's all just, you know, extra space. But because it's cartoony, and that's how they do things. But the basics are still there. They're just scrunched and elongated in other places, and you know, made small and just made just generalized. So it's like, if you want to start with real horses, that's a good place to start, yes. But it's not necessary. Except right here, what I said, in the way that the legs bend, that is absolutely 100% necessary. Well, 95% necessary. Because in the show they fudge that sometimes for cartoony effect. Yeah, I know you've seen it a lot of the time. Like where they do the whole put up your dukes thing, they stand on their hind legs, and you know, that's fudging anatomy, but it works for cartoony sake. But you should at least know how the legs are supposed to bend. Okay. Where was I? Is there anything else you guys need to know or would like to know about pursuing your own style? And also the homework assignment if you guys want. This has been going for 2 hours and 34 minutes exactly. Cosmo, like, the first hour and a half of this was just me doing these 5 sketches. But yeah, I go over a lot of the analyzing of how people draw things. So I will be uploading this to YouTube as soon as I possibly can. And I really need to get to adding annotations of the other videos. Yeah, that's work though. That's work. I don't YouTube usually. Okay, for the homework. You missed me drawing my own and us analyzing my own style right here. Okay. Alicorns. Okay. I might switch modes in a minute, but first thing is I wanna, if people would be willing to even attempt the homework, I'd be happy to know. It's not gonna be crazy. It's just gonna be 4 or 5 sketches maximum. Okay. What I want you to do, your homework assignment, due next week Wednesday around this time, is to take 3 or 4 artists who have noticeably different styles that you alike, and take a picture of theirs and do like I did right here. Here we have Smitty's, Roses, Wills, and Wills. Do like I did here. and have whoever you want to do, whoever you want to reference, reference them, and take reference a picture of theirs, and sketch as close as you can. Do not trace. Do not trace. You can trace to learn their proportions, but I want you to draw it separately. To draw 3 or 4 of artists that you like, and then to draw one picture separately in your own style, but try to yes, this will be on the final, is to take an aspect of one of those that you like and incorporate it into what you already do. So it could be the way that someone draws the snouts, or the way that someone draws the eyes, or the proportion of the lengths of the legs, longer legs, stubbier legs, whichever. So I want you to do 3 or 4 like this right here, like I did, mimicking the styles, and then 1 with your own, implementing something of someone else's. And at least one thing of someone else's. You could make it a total, Frankenstein thing, and then just yes, gold stars for everybody that does this. You get A+ in my book. Honor student. Banana stickers? You mean like scratch and sniff? Because I don't know if I can provide scratch and sniff pictures or not. What if you bring me an apple? That's a tough decision. I don't know. I may give out 2 gold stars then, but and if you want, after you do them, I can redline them for you. Things that you would like to know, like things that you, if you bring up points that you think you messed up on, I can take a look at it. So by next week, I guess, if you guys want to do that. Yes. Let's try 3 artists at least. Sketches of their style, yes. Draw a picture where you try to incorporate their styles into yours. Not all of them. If you want to do all of them, sure, but at least one of them. Try to incorporate something of theirs into yours. Glitter glue is actually a very good reference as far as the way he bangs out stuff is it's very fast, and it captures his in the moment kind of it's hard to explain, in that he doesn't he doesn't touch things up that much, you can tell. I love his style too, it's great. Ah, sketch with a mouse. If sketch with what you do best with. If you do better with pencil, then sketch with pencil and take a picture or scan it later. I've seen people do fucking amazing things with drawing with mice. I cannot do it to save my life. So if it works for you, then yes, 100% yes, draw with a mouse. And beep, it's a homework assignment. If, Nas, could you, copy paste what you wrote before? It's a little easier than me explaining things again. Please, and thank you. It's fine. I think he gets the gist of it. Okay. Well, if you think drawing with a mouse is impossible, then I agree with you, but that's on a personal level. I know one guy who draws fantastic things, and he's only ever used a mouse. He's never owned a tablet. I've never seen sketches of his on paper, so it's pretty crazy. Blah, 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 blah. It's not. It's. You wouldn't like it, most likely. It's fetish artwork, so yeah. If you don't do your homework, I will be disappointed. Okay. I think Nessa wanted alicorns. Well, I'm uploading this to YouTube if you... Hang on, let me fill that up. My channel. Okie dokie lookie. There. I'll be uploading this later. It'll be drawing class 4. That's what it will be. If you want to watch that. I mean, watch that for updates. But for now, I'm going to switch modes. I'm going to be drawing alicorns instead of showing you how to do your own style. So let me pull up. Reference pictures, reference pictures, reference pictures. Always and forever. It didn't turn out too bad. Yes, I only use Psy for drawing. Like, that's all I use. I do have Photoshop, but at this point, I only really use it for the few things that I can't do, which is if I'm putting text in, if I want to put in text instead of writing, I use Photoshop. And for like the cropping and resizing of things, that's what I use it for. Well, I would agree with you that Sign needs a text tool, but it's primarily a drawing and painting program, so it doesn't really need a text tool, unfortunately. Because once you get text tools and things like that, and then you're stepping into the realm of photo editing and typography. You don't like that. That's what Photoshop is for, and that's what Photoshop does. And Psy is painting and drawing. And I am totally fine with what it does. Okay. So drawing alicorns. Biggest difference would probably be the way that their heads are drawn. They do have the... Whoa, where's my brush? They do have the circle head right here, but they also have the little extension at the front. So all it is just the main circle, and then it is sort of like a colt, except not as large. The snout isn't as large. Okay, that's about. It is. Yeah, the alicorn princesses are much more horse-like than the other ponies are. So you basically the easiest way to do is just draw the circle, and then about a little less than halfway is where you can start the snout from, and it's very snub-like, very flat. And actually, it's not that. It's got a curve to it, but not. Yeah, you could. Okay, so all it is this just this addition right here. Instead of like a normal pony, where you have there's the circle, like that normal pony, the nose goes like this. Actually, more like this. Let's put it on top again. It's okay. It's recorded. And have a good one, and thank you for watching. No problem. As long as you guys want, I'll keep doing these. Whoopsie. There it is. As for the eyes are a little bit odd on them. Because they have this little dip right here at the point where the tear ducts are before they go up to the rest. of the eye. So there's that little bump there. I think, oh, yeah, they are a little bit different. Did they change Luna's eyes from her old to her new design? Because I think, wasn't Fleur de Lis's eye that her whole design was basically the first Luna, I think. Okay. The mouth, it's pretty much just, you know, close to halfway down the thing there. Halfway down the snout. The horn, that's very long, and I never really get the length of it right. But let's see how long it is. Let me reference that to something else. I guess that's a good reference. Is from her. No. From her shoulder to about the center of her head. So basically from here to here is the length of the horn, at least in this picture. So that'll be pretty goddamn long. Oh, blah blah bloom. And again, the ears are real similar to regular pony ears, in that they're fairly tiny and thin. As for their proportions, here you have a head, goes down the neck to the chest. And then the legs, if you look, again, with the proportions, that's close to 1:1. It's like 1:1 point, negligible. But I'll draw a regular pony next to her in a sec. You can see this mostly due to the careful now. You can see where all the length in her form comes from is from the neck and the legs. Because if you take her and you go like this, move her here, you go like this, you scrunch her up, she becomes very close to normal, regular pony proportions. because most of her height comes from her her legs and her neck. You can see she's got very, very long neck, very long legs. Hotkey for changing layers in Psy. You mean like moving up and down between layers? Oh. Canvases. You mean like you have a new file? Swap canvas? I do not know. I've never really had to do that before. Control tab. Kablooey! Oh, you're a genius. Control tab. A lot of the time I keep references on the same file, so I never had to mess with it that much, but that's useful, thank you. I did not know that you learn something new every day, even if you're the teacher. Okay, well, is there anything else you want to know about princesses? Face on 3/4 view. Okie dokie. Because straight on, her face looks very close to regular pony faces. Female pony faces. The males, like when I first saw Mr. Cake, straight on I thought he looked kind of funny, but he does have a very square jaw. So, 3/4 of their face. This right here, this bridge of her nose, right here, is gonna be very close to your center line. It's not gonna be exactly centered. It's gonna be slightly off because her nose is wide. Her nose is not. If you drew the center bridge of her nose line right here, that would be, you know, she'd have a paper thin nose. Paper thin snout, and that's not how. So her snout should be maybe start about there, that wide. And you can see right here the little swoop that it does. A little swoop like that. You can just mimic that right like there. And it's a relatively flat front to her snout, like that. Much like a colt's. But the difference is, right, you don't see it on the side view, but the difference will be right here. The cheek-ish goes, they actually draw it a little bit like that. Kind of, sort of, they emphasize the cheek over her quite a bit. A lot like a real horse. And then you have her. You don't even really see her other eye because of, you know, her mane is usually in the way. Magical hair. Ethereal hair. Yes. And remember, I went over this on one of the earlier ones. The earlier streams is that the neck is the spine and the neck meet at the back of the head. So her neck is going to be about right there, because it comes off of the top of her head to the back of her neck, right there. Not like this. Not like... No, I'm losing so much. Not like this. Her head is not on a pole. Her head is on the back of her neck. Right in the back of her head. Lines up with her neck. Right like that. Evil duck. And then let's draw the rest of her shit. That fucking horn. It's ridiculous. Redonkulous. A lot of it you don't see due to magic hair. Anyways, that's very quick and dirty. Oh, I forgot this little swoop of her hair. The princesses took me the longest to learn how to draw with the way that their heads were shaped. Okay, is there anything else that we want to cover? Because if not, I do believe I will... how much time do I have on this thing? 3 hours. That's way better than my other ones have gone. Usually they go into 4 hours and shit. I don't know. I might finish up the Twilight thing, because I think it's cute. Otherwise, I don't really think anybody's brought up anything else that I could cover, or anything anybody wants me to cover. And if that is the case, Spike? I haven't drawn Spike all that much. I could do him for another thing. Which pose? This pose? I'll be non-ponies, like humans, or just non-pony things in the show. Gilda and Spike. I haven't drawn any of the donkeys yet. I've drawn Gilda a lot, though. I think I've drawn Spike a few times. Yeah, I might be able to do that, yeah. Not now, though. That would be totally a separate class in and of itself. Well, I get what you mean, cause like all the other things in the show, they're similar. I guess they have a similar style that they're done in, but they're not, exactly like the ponies. The way that they look. A lot of the animals are stylized in a similar way, and I'll have to study them a little more before I do that, but I could, if you guys really want. Is there any other, like, art, processing art that you would like me to go over that I haven't covered yet? I think I covered a lot of things. Ugh. See how quickly I can do this. No, I have not. And I could. That would be... I might want to save that one for another thing. If I do cover Phillies. Come on. Oh, whoa, whoa. Do not want. There it is. So bookish and adorable. Bookishly adorable. No, not quite. Goes that. There it is. Damn. Oh well. Haha, time for hair. Well, I'm officially done with the teaching portion, and right now I'm just sticking around, so go right ahead and leave if you want. Nobody holding you here. Thank you for watching, though. And I hope I helped. Because that's all that I want to do with these things, is just help out. Yeah, no Phillies today, sorry. I'll do Phillies another day, though. Maybe along with all the other non-pony stuff. But it'll be a non-pony / Philly day. Wait a sec. No, don't like that. There we go. Damn. Well, backgrounds? I don't know if I could help with backgrounds, mostly because I don't really draw them all that much, unfortunately. And I really should, but I cop out a lot of the time and I don't draw backgrounds. If you don't do that, you should try. You might have to ask someone else for advice on that, because I'm not sure of a good time to start. I was streaming. I still am streaming, maybe. And more than one tone in a single picture. I don't know if I can explain that right now with just plain old words, but what I would recommend is, well, the interaction between two characters is a lot of give and take between the two characters. So you don't be afraid if you have to erase a portion of the character that looks good or that you like, because like I've had it happen before where, you know, like, oh, I really like how I did that, you know, I like how I drew her legs, and then, you know, the other pony or something in the picture will cover it up, and that just happens. I'm not upset. Well, why do I sound upset? But yeah, the interaction between two characters, you should be working on them both as a single unit, because they are together in the picture. So you know, as long as there's interaction between them, like if they're, you know, ever overlapping each other or implied touching, you know, like a hoof on another hoof or something like that, you gotta you gotta work with them as a single, as if it was one single unit, because if you draw one and then you draw the other on top of it, and you don't, you know, edit any things between them, then it will just, you know, it may look like you basically pasted one on top of the other. It's, like I said, it's a lot of making them work cohesively in one single unit. What book is she reading? I'm not sure. She sure is happy about it, though. The Hobbit. Sounds like something she'd like. Yeah, the general threads are not a good place to go if you want critique on anything other than pony art. I think she could get into certain fiction, but probably not all fiction. Suspension of disbelief and all that good stuff. Well, like I said, there's certain types of fiction I'm sure she could, you know, if she's interested in something, she could learn about something via, you know, fiction. Learn about whatever, you know, fantasy realm or sci-fi, shit like that. Also, sci-fi, a lot of the time, takes on what we already have and expounds upon that and makes fantastic things out of it. So it could actually be an exaggeration of real life instead of fantasy, which is, you know, like total complete fantasy. I don't know. Can Pwn into space? Did they have enough magic to into space? That is a good question. I guess she could. Well, their fantasy would be very normal to us, I assume. Also, my perspective on this book is totally whacked, man. Totally. Oh, sweet Jesus. Damn it. I'm drawing it on the same fucking layer. There it is. Actually, I'll make it a little shorter. Go. Now for the rest. Okay. I'd say that is... it's good. Now for the erasing, and then for the coloring, and then for the finishing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Two. You got her main body, and then hair in the book. No. If it works for you, then I don't see the problem. Ugh. You know, sometimes I like to be, if I'm being real anal about things, I tend to split them up into layers. But sometimes I'm fine without doing that. No, internet. No. Let's get that Twilight up here for reference. Oh my goodness. I messed up her hair a little bit. Yeah, I usually draw their horns pretty sharp looking. But that's just me. Fucking tangents. Ugh. I hate tangents. Something you should look out for. Is when you have lines that intersect, but you don't mean them to, it could give off the wrong impression of your picture. Like you see it a lot in comics, like comic books, in that well, hopefully you don't see it a lot in comic books, is like let's say like a shelf from one panel lines up with a door from another. It might create confusion. And like right here you see that the line of her hair goes right through this little part of her fluting of her horn and then goes out, and it gives off the impression that I forgot to erase the hair behind the horn, when in fact it is gone, but it's just the fluting on the horn looks funny. And so I fix. Maybe fix. There. Somewhat better. Also, this needs to be more like this. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. Let's call these X. Wait, no. Fuck. Got that. Okay. Now I should be good. Let's turn off the sketch. Okay. Oops, forgot that one. Book colored. Super quick and shitty color job. Alright. Now for the eyeballs. Oops. And I think I may have messed something up a little bit there. Made it not quite as easy for me to do. But that is totally fine. Sorry for not being very talkative for this portion. I don't really have much to say about stuff other than what I've already covered before. And I'm trying to do this rather quick because I'm kind of hungry. Oh, I did. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. I guess what I should be doing is I have an idea. Birch. That one. Part of her tail. Oh, I did. Wait. Yes, I did. Thank you for reminding me. I made note of that, but I promptly forgot about it, so thank you. And this looks weird because, well, you'll see. I'll fix it in a sec. Boom, da boom. Oops. I need this. So weird looking. What's your deal? Mask. And wait a sec. Ugh. You big dumb thing. This is what I want. Right here. A little bit roundabout, but I managed to salvage it, I hope. Not selection, I want to draw. Yay. I did it. Okay. Now for the rest of your tail. Oh. And now I can do the inks. Preserve that opacity. She does. I'm gonna take care of that with one of the lines, because the way this this looks, it's a very shallow perspective. So I'm gonna take care of that. You'll see. You will see. Balls. There we go. I should really change that hotkey. It sends windows to other screens. No. Well, you will see it a little bit by the folding. You'll see it when I color the lines, because the nature of the colored lines is that you can see the stripes of color in her tail are not actually outlined. So by coloring in the outline over here, I'll show you right now. What I'm going to do is take that, I'm going to color in that like that. I'm going to take this, and then color that in. And I can see some things that I missed on the flat colors. Just to think of. Oh, that was a bit of color over here on the inks. There you go. It's not that it was invisible due to the folding, it's that it was very, very shallow. You wouldn't see much of it. This is probably an extremely inefficient way to color lines, by the way. I'm sure there's a better way. I just haven't realized it yet. try this on. See how this looks. Oh boy, this one's gonna be interesting. Ugh. Too many intersecting lines. Should be okay. Whoops. What did I miss? Huh. It's odd. I shouldn't have missed anything. Oh. Holy shit. One fucking pixel. Ridiculous. Okay. I think purple needs a little bit more than magenta does this time. Now for this stuff. And after this, I should just have to do the book, and then that's good. Oh, shit. Forgot about that line. and I will be done in just a moment. Oops. That's what I wanted to do. Is this right here? Okay. Now I can finally finish it. I'm gonna be done in just a few minutes, actually. Actually, wait. Shit. Cutie mark. Oh. Yeah, you guys, you can watch more than one stream. Come on. I encourage it. There's a lot of interesting people doing interesting things. Man, I haven't done the streamception in a while. You should have seen it over the summer. It was me, Sanguinius, Crooked Trees, Mega Sweet, and SB. Oh, I think there was one more. Shit. But what we did was we watched the stream of the person before us. One person drew something. I think Mega Sweet started, and then someone else drew what he saw, and after we went a full round, the next person would add something until all of us have added something to it, and we all compared afterwards. It was pretty cool. So there was like 5 or 6 streams going at once that people had to watch. It was pretty funny. This summer is when I started draw fagging, so. No, I don't go to art school. Yeah, I hope to do more during the summer, actually, since I'm not gonna be going to school. And I didn't draw fag before summer because I didn't get, into ponies until the beginning of summer. Like, when actually before, around February of last year. So. So yeah. That's why I didn't draw beforehand, because I partly wasn't... Oh. How to draw ponies? Yeah, but I've been drawing for like 10 years. Oh. Oh, the program? This program specifically I've been using for 2 or 3 years. I've been using tablets for 6 years. No, more like 7 or 8 years for tablets. Drawing in general, I've been drawing for... I've been drawing since I can remember, all my life, but I've been drawing more frequently for about 10 years, and I've been drawing seriously, like actively trying to improve myself, for like 3. So and this kinds of stuff I did before this, yeah, it's all been mostly fetish artwork, actually. And to get used to tablets, not really. Humans, yeah. Well, mostly. Yeah. But the ones that the normal tablets, like that don't have a screen on it, those took me like 30 minutes to an hour to get coordinated, and I was fine after that. Some people, like my sister, she can't even use that type of tablet because she doesn't like the disconnect between drawing on something that you're not looking at. But right now I'm using a Cintiq, and that is just like drawing on paper. No. Wait, what do you mean by alone? Like, just on my own, not... Because that's the entire stream before this? What the hell? Oh, phone call, hang on. Okay, so, this the kind of drawing style I've had before Pony? No, it's not. Uh, so yeah, I guess you could say that I developed this style specifically for ponies. But, some of it is carried over. Actually, in my, when I draw humans, sometimes I give them, the pony style of eyes. Like, with the way that they're colored and the way the highlights go. Like, it kind of bled over into that, but for the most part, no, they're very different. Alright, well, unless you see any glaring errors, I think she's done. Two dark lines on her hair and tail? No, I don't think I did. Oh, you mean the notch of the tail? I'm not quite sure. What, you mean I missed it in the reference? In the sketch? Like I know right here I missed the lines for her color stripes over here. Wait, which? Oh, ref of her. Aha! Sorry. Oh, those. Ah! I did miss those. Thank you. Allow me to fix it. How'd it go? Oh, this one doesn't have the notch in her hair. I like it when it does. Okay. Thanks for pointing that out. Alright. I think it is, yeah. Shit. No, that's no good. Ah. And I'm probably better off just doing that. Balls. There we go. Yeah, I don't much either. They're very pointy. Which is why I draw them like this. No, not quite. Not quite. That. There we go. Thank you for pointing that out. Actually, I don't like it there. Actually, I will fix that. Oh lordy, wrong eraser. There I am. There it is. this. Jesus. Dang. Alright, thank you. Oh my. There we go. I don't know my favorite pony that well, apparently. There we go. I just never really paid much attention to the hair, so fuck it. Alright. Just delete that. Oh god. Bad idea. There it is. There. Okay. Whew. Oh yeah, the bottom ones. Forgot about that. Now, one could easily bitch that that's my style, which I do tend to draw her with only three eyelashes, but you know, it's all up to you. Let's see if I like that better. I do. Adorable. Oh. How many does Fluttershy have? Like 4 or 5? Really? I thought you didn't have as many on the top part of the eye because of the way her eyelashes were shaped. Oh well. But I do believe that now for reals, she is done, I think. Okay, well, thank you guys for watching and for pointing out mistakes, and for, yeah, basically just being here, because that's what I'm doing it for, is for you guys to help you out, and hopefully it is helping out in some way or another. Also, there is that homework assignment if you do want to do it. No, just sketches are fine. Sketches are totally fine, but if you wanna color it, then go right ahead. Well, I'm glad to hear. Also, I know he hasn't shown up lately, but the Bugs Anon who would tell you that since if you're over 20, you are physically and mentally unable to learn how to draw. That is total bullshit. I will tell you that right now. I will say that what he's saying is somewhat well, when you're 20 years old, your brain is it doesn't grasp and learn things as easily and as quickly as you would when you're a kid. Yeah, it gets harder when you get old. So it's not impossible to learn how to draw. It's just gonna be a little bit harder than it would have if you would have started when you were like 10. So it's not impossible, and you can do it. You just gotta, it's a lot of practice and a lot of work. And well, like, I mean, that's if you want to, like, if you draw, you know, like crazy, you know, paintings and all that good stuff. But I mean, like, if you just want to draw ponies, then it shouldn't take you too long. If you keep at it, it shouldn't take you too long to work at it. Bugs Anon is my father. Yeah, he doesn't post anymore, but I know he did for a while. And yeah, just so long as you're willing to improve, you will improve. If you're gonna be stubborn about it and not accept criticisms or not accept advice, then I'm sorry, but you're probably not going to improve. You gotta take the bad with the good. And when you start out, I know it was the same for me, there's gonna be a lot of bad, but you get through it and you get better and you improve. Just as long as you keep going. Don't ever stop. Because stopping is the worst thing you can do. Yes, I am going to post it. In about 5 minutes. After I turn off the stream and save it and resize and all that good shit. So, yes, to be sappy and inspirational. Don't stop believing. Blah, blah, blah. But, I do believe it is time to eat, because I'm fucking hungry. And, I do have that, YouTube channel. I'm gonna post it on there. This is Paint Tool Sci. That's what this is, Paint Tool Sci. Pirate it if you want, but to buy it's only like 65 bucks. It's the best purchase I've ever made in my fucking life. I've got so much out of this. I always preferred over Photoshop as far as drawing goes. Every single time. 100% for Psy over Photoshop. Yes. But yeah, I really do gotta get going and eat that food. I've been starving all day. And I'll be posting all this shit later. And thank you for watching. And I hope you have fun drawing and remember your homework. See you guys later.